How's it going? If anyone's any joined in the stream, I do have my microphone on. What's up, Kiwi D? Just got the chat up. I'm just sharing this to a couple places, and then I'll get moving here. All right. Gonna try out logging here. It's kind of silly. I was so excited about logging coming out with Phase 3 and just ended up never even doing anything with it. I've just been completely distracted with the console mods and everything, and I've been working a lot more, so I haven't even really had a chance to play the game as much as I would like to. But getting going here now. Gonna try it out here in Wisconsin. I got it set up here with the International Twin Steer. I got the Pacific. I got the Boar. I got all kinds of mods activated. I got a lot more mods activated than I thought I would. I got the CCM 9310, that awesome little scout. I got all three of Zidon's mods that are currently available. I got the Last Raider, his new Titan, and then the Titan trial truck. But yeah, gonna get some logging going here. I'm just taking a little smoke in my bowl, and then I'm gonna get moving. Gonna do one of the first contracts. Under Stone Creek Lumber. I'm gonna do the rail trail because it seems to be right down the road. We got this logging station here that has unlimited resources, and then the delivery point's right down the road, so that'll be easy to knock out fairly quick. And then I'm gonna jump on to another logging contract and get that done. And yeah, test out these new DLC trucks that we got for Phase 3, and then play around with some mods and whatnot, and just hang out. Yeah, the new Zidon Titan 148. It's got this dump truck add-on. It's a 2-slot bed with basically high sidewalls, so it makes it kind of hard to lose any cargo out of that thing. But this is a fun new little off-road utility truck. You can attach trailers to it. It's a slightly weird shape, but I like it. But I'm going to use the International Twin Steer here for the first load of long logs and get this train rolling. Turn off motion blur film grain. Alright, let's get after it. I'm loving this new International Twin Steer. This thing's awesome. That's the Azov 7330. That thing is a monster on the side of the road there. That's become like a dedicated utility vehicle. The fact it can have utility points on the back and carry with a low saddle the large fuel tank there. Absolutely love that. I'm really excited to try out logging here. Gonna go down here. Get some long logs. I'm gonna manually load them too, just because I love manually loading from MudRunner. Yeah, it really does. It brings back the memories of MudRunner. The hundreds of hours of endless gameplay in MudRunner before this game came out, and we could only do logging. Like, I know a lot of people got a little burnt out on the logging, but I never did. But the fact we got new cargo types and everything here in SnowRunner just makes it all the more interesting and gives us a lot more options. Just crawling. This new International Twin Steer is an awesome, awesome vehicle. I love it. I'm glad we got another legit in-game twin steer to go along with the Western Star. Always love that thing. And I like that this wasn't something to compete with it. It's just another option. Like they could have brought out another twin steer that was like the same size or better in some ways than the original one. But I'm glad we got this different option that just makes it into not necessarily something that's better than the original twin steer, but just a fun, similar option in a way, I guess you could say. But this thing just crawls. Doesn't have the most power, and it can get hung up, and this crane, I noticed, does make the center of gravity pretty damn high. But she'll go places. I probably should have taken a different route to get up to this logging station, but oh well. What the fuck? Alright. I have not used this crane yet. The controls are a little weird, but I'm liking it so far. I'm just trying to get used to controls. Ah, I can't do two at once easily? That's a little disappointing. Whew! Damn, that turns fast. Alright. Might be ugly, but it's getting the job done. I didn't expect the grapple to turn so fast, but I like that. Just have to get used to it. It just brings back so many memories from the MudRunner days, it really does. It really does. Oh my god. This thing is fucking crazy. Yeah, definitely not used to this new grapple yet, but it's a learning process. I think I might have to drop it and pick it up again. Need to get it more in the center here. There we go. There's such a delay on the log moving itself. It's so weird. It's hard to tell. Like, you have to watch where the grapple is itself before you can even really try to adjust the log. See, like there's a fucking delay. Physics, man. Why is that edge hanging up on that fucking side? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. There we go, now I can actually see what the hell's going on. I guess that one's too close to the front. Alright, let's just restore the crane and drive a little bit, see if those straighten themselves out. Because they are right next to each other, so they should be able to pack. Oh, it's more than two? See, that's just my MudRunner brain, thinking that it's only 2 logs. How many logs are it for fucking long logs to pack? Tell me, Kiwi, who's done this? Of fucking course they'll drop out. That's fucking stupid. Tell you what, I'm not a fan of how they don't have the, if you guys played MudRunner, you remember the guide where it showed like a little, like, arrow down from the bottom of your crane to where you're picking up? Like, that was such a helpful little guide. Ah, it's only 3? Alright, then I'm not picking up this other one. I was just kind of assuming it was 4, but... Alright, that was painful, but we got it done. There we go. Oh shit. Alright, logging is going fucking great so far. I was hoping I'd just be able to drive out into a different section and then be able to have them packed, but when I was able to pack them a second ago, I think it's just the way I was on an incline and shit messed that up. Now they're sitting way too far forward. I half expected that to be my first experience with trying to use this crane, not knowing what the controls would be like, but that was a little bit more frustrating than it probably should have been. But whatever. I'm just gonna drive along and hope they fucking move back. I'm not gonna fuck with doing the crane and all that shit. Just to move them back like a couple feet and make them able to pack. By the time I get there, should be in a place where I can actually pack them. Going up this hill here should make them move back a little bit. See? Alright, I'm just gonna fucking start over. This is what we call just wiping the slate clean and starting fresh. That was a practice and don't have to worry about that bullshit anymore. I know a better route to take this time anyway. I'm just gonna double back the same way that I just went. Hey Jason, thanks for joining the stream, man. Yeah, that was definitely more frustrating than I wanted it to be. The crane is nothing really like it was in MudRunner. MudRunner had the crane system perfect for logging. It really did. And this just doesn't feel right. It really doesn't. But I'm just learning it. It's my first time doing it. But all excuses aside, that was just all my fault for trying to force it instead of working with the game. But yeah, that was a little silly. But I thought I should take this route the first time, but I went down to where I went in just not really thinking and trying to get the stream up and everything and all that jazz. But I'm just gonna go through and double back the opposite way so I can just drive down the way I went up the first time, and then I can go straight to the rail station and deliver these long logs. What I need to do is smoke another bowl, because then I can actually just relax and focus. It is kind of hilarious, though, that in that trip that I just did to, you know, get those logs like I did, and then all I did was circle back to the garage, and I was already out of fuel with this fucking thing. These new trucks are just absolute hogs on the fuel. And it's kind of hilarious after playing with mods so much and now coming back to the base game vehicles or these DLC vehicles and just seeing the limitations that the the creators of the game put on it for quote-unquote game balance. But I was already completely out of fuel by the time I got back to the garage right there. Like, that is hilarious. Man. Trying to get some coffee in me, wake up so I can focus and play this game. I'm not going to force you guys to watch me try and do that nonsense with the crane again. I'm just going to auto-load this so that we can just get something that's actually entertaining on the screen for you guys to watch. For anyone that's in the stream, I appreciate anyone that's hanging out watching right now. Hoping you're having a good Saturday. Just relaxing, enjoying some SnowRunner and trying out some logging, baby. Just trying to have fun and enjoy this game. That's what it's all about. As I get myself wedged. I wonder how sensitive the logging packing system is. If it's somewhat like MudRunner, if you like get too bouncy or too much of an angle, they can unpack themselves, which I would think they would. Similar to how the regular cargo can unpack itself in this game, but we'll see. I'll probably get myself in some hairy situations, not gonna lie. I can't help but play this game fairly reckless. I'm always the guy in the co-op sessions that's always rolling over, and then people help me roll myself back over, and then I roll over again. But I should be able to get this first load of logs delivered without rolling it. Keyword there, should. Have you, hey Kiwi, if you might not have had this happen, but if, like in MudRunner, if you were driving too fast and it got too bouncy and whatnot, the logs would unpack themselves. Not necessarily from rolling over or whatnot, but if you just are going too fast and the trailer is bouncing too much, the logs would unpack themselves in MudRunner. I'm hoping that it does the same here, so it's like it deters people from going full send everywhere. Looks good though. It's so cool to see this back in the game now. It helps really bring it full circle. I really did miss it when SnowRunner launched, because logging being such a big part of MudRunner, it felt weird that it wasn't part of SnowRunner, honestly, to me, but it's awesome that they did bring it back, and I'm excited to go back to the base game maps because there is logging contracts or missions, or tasks, I should say, at least, on the base game maps, and I think the other DLC maps as well. Like every map, I believe, got logging contracts and whatnot to do. I'm a big fan of the new color pack for all vanilla and DLC vehicles, so that there are more color options for stuff like the truck I'm driving right now. Just having a little bit extra color to help these vehicles pop goes a long way. Like, the one thing that is kind of a dig at the developers in a way is they did kind of limit the options as far as colors and paint schemes and stuff like that. And I get it from like a development standpoint to just only have a few options to, you know, limit the complexity of the game and everything like that, but at the same time you gotta give your players options, because then they can really make it their own. Like all the customization options that they're giving us with like the new you can see on the windscreen there, or windshield, I got some different options, customization options for the windshield, and then all the different stickers and everything. But like, give us more paints, give us more like actual in-game, built to be in the game paint jobs for these vehicles, and it really allows us just to customize it to our individual liking. I love that. I didn't think I would like that mod pack, but now it's one of my go-tos to have, so I just can really make all these vehicles look unique and special. Hey, Bobby Morrison, thanks for joining in the stream, dude. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Currently snowing here in Maine. I'm loving that. We haven't really had too much snow. I went snowboarding last night, and it was just pure ice everywhere. It was goddamn bullshit. Yeah, Jason, fucking 400 tire options, but only 15 paint colors, right? Oh, getting a little tippy. Getting a little tippy. I'm reading the comments here, and I'm not paying attention to where I'm driving. Come on, chew your way through. You got 10 wheels. I'm going to try the Pacific out after this. I'm loving that new Pacific PF 512. It's kind of crazy that they're requiring, just for this contract, to do 4 loads of long logs, but I love it at the same time. I've seen in the group some people complaining about the fact that these new contracts and new DLC regions have contracts that are a lot more required cargo and whatnot to deliver, and I actually love that. Oh shit, I'm trying to drive with one hand while taking a drink. I wasn't sure. I have the delivery locations and whatnot turned off on my HUD, so I can't really see or know where I'm supposed to deliver stuff. But alright, that's one down. But like I was saying, what was I saying? The weed is set in, and I'm starting to forget what I'm talking about while I'm trying to play the game and then talk to you guys at the same time. Let's go jump in that Pacific, take that beast around. This does good. I like this. I like the International, but I love the look of that new Pacific. Absolutely love that thing. I got this one over here. This is with the traditional paint job on it. I love this thing. But I also have this one with the custom paint job on it. This thing's awesome. I know some people complain about it not having all-wheel drive, but I mean, she'll go places. This thing will go anywhere. It does have its limits, but not every vehicle needs to be a monster. We'll just go back up that same route that I took to get those other logs. When I was looking around, it seems to be that this logging station here that I'm going to is the only one that has unlimited logs, where other locations have a limited supply. So this one will be the primary one that I end up going to, I suppose. I mean, this thing can handle itself off-road, it really can. It might be a slow churn, but it'll go places. You're not going to get anywhere as fast as you would with another vehicle, but this thing will go. Whoa. Man, we got this new dab pen from our dispensary, and this thing works. Let me tell ya. Sorry for coughing in the mic. There we go. Out of the soft stuff. We got some power on those wheels. I like and I don't like the fact that it only has one tire option. But at least the tire option it has is badass. They're just big, beefy fucking tires that will just dig through everything. It would be nice, I'm thinking about investing in a PC so that I can actually use and try out the modded versions that people have of this, because I've seen some videos on YouTube of this thing modded out with all-wheel drive, and it is an absolute monster, or at least it looks like it on PC from what I've seen. And I'm pretty sure, if I remember right from watching the videos, having the long log attachment on the back of the truck and having this trailer, you can still do either long logs or you can just do the medium logs. So I'm going to test that out for myself, but I'm pretty sure that's how it works, is this trailer can double essentially as a long log trailer, and also it can be just a medium log trailer. Oh shit. See, that's one of the troubles of this thing not having any power in those front wheels. And I'm just flipping the camera around like a dummy, not watching where I'm driving. Yeah, this Pacific is absolutely beautiful. I love this thing. It would be nice if it had all-wheel drive, but oh well. Nice, okay, cool. So I can do long logs. That's interesting. Or I can do the medium. Oh, and it automatically puts the grates on it to hold the medium logs in there. That's pretty cool. Let's do another set of long. That'll be fun. I have the off-road trailer pack on, so it has the off-road tires on the trailer there. That's a go-to pack for me. That's one I have to have on all my playthroughs. It's that off-road trailer pack. Let's plan out the route here, because this thing, knowing that it has its limitations, is not really a truck. that you want to bring through the toughest situations. So I'm going to go straight across here because I know this trail is nice and mellow. That'll bring me out to this road. And I think I'm just going to try and cut across to here and then go up the train tracks this way, instead of messing with this water section, because this this little area here that I brought the International through is just such a soupy, swampy, little shitty area that is actually pretty tough to get through, especially with this Pacific here. But I should be able to cut across no issues through this way. Only thing is, I might run out of some fuel, so I might have to bring out that Azov 7330 and refuel this bad boy. Is that handy to know about this trailer setup? How the trailer can either do long or medium logs? Is that what you're talking about, Bobby? Come on, baby. You can do it. Well, having to use a winch is a little disappointing, but oh well. Yeah, and that was just, I think I had seen it in a video or something watching some of the PTS footage, but yeah, it doesn't look like this trailer should work this way. It really doesn't look like, as far in real life, I don't know if they have trailers that are set up like this. And you can see it like lifts the back tires of that, the trailer. Like, it doesn't look like it should work, like, but it does. I don't know if it, in a way, it seems like a safer way to transport logs. Like if you guys saw my first attempt with the International twin steer there, I messed up and lost the logs when they weren't packed. So if these were to unpack themselves, they should stay a little bit more contained, considering that trailer in the back has the higher sidewalls, and that's gonna flip. Oh god, oh god, oh god. So maybe this path was not the smartest path, but we're making it work so far. Can't believe I didn't roll right there. It looked like that was just gonna tip over. Trying to talk and play this game is a lot more distracting than I thought it would be, doing this stream stuff. Oof, that looks like a bad angle. Alright, Pacific's doing well. I don't know if I would use this trailer again. I think I'd use the other long trailer and just do that, but this is doing good so far. This thing just goes. I got half a tank exactly, so I should hopefully be able to make it. Yeah, just throw this thing in high and it'll crawl. but it only lasts so long until you really get slowed down and you really have to put in those low gears. I actually think I might have screwed myself right there. Took away my momentum. But I mean, that's the fun thing about this truck, is it's not having all-wheel drive and everything. Like, you have to really think about how you're driving it. You can't just muscle your way through everything. Like, you have to approach every situation like with care and really focus on what you're doing. But if you're smart about it and know how to use it, like, it's a very capable truck. I haven't used it enough to really like be fully acquainted with it myself, but it'll go. This is not gonna be ideal right through here. I didn't think about this route very well before I came through here. If I get through this, if I just get through this for one, I'm gonna be impressed. And if I get through this without rolling, I'm gonna be even more impressed. Alright, a little quick winch to save. That actually worked. Alright. The way I was thinking in my head, it looked like that rock that was on the right side was gonna catch the trailer and then roll the logs, but that worked out. Alright, alright. Come on, baby. This is when not having all-wheel drive really is a problem. There are no trees that I'm going to be able to winch to. Ugh. After I've been singing the praise this whole time, I almost got it stuck. But it's driver error. It's not the vehicle. This is all me having trouble driving right now. But was able to rock it out of the situation it was in, and no harm, no foul. Ended up working out in the long run. Oh, hey, Joseph. Thanks for joining in the stream, bud. I play on PS4. I'm currently playing on PS4 myself. I also have SnowRunner on Xbox, but primarily I play on PS4 here. I do not have the game on PC, unfortunately. I would love to, so I could enjoy all the mods that are available on PC. But I am a console player myself. Ugh. I was trying to cut over to the left around those stumps and everything, but I didn't have not having any power in those front tires really just doesn't allow this thing to turn the way you think it should. But whatever, it's not how you get there, it's just the fact that you get there. And I'm glad I made this trip. Got the long logs with the Pacific. I'm going to try that again, but I'm going to use a different trailer this time. I'm going to use just the regular long log trailer for it, just to see if it changes how it handles with the terrain difference. Like, just having that extra axle, I think, really affects the way that this thing handles off-road. Like, having that extra axle more in the middle of where the long logs sit, I think really caused an issue there with how this thing was handling off-road. So I want to see how just the traditional long log trailer will be able to handle this. Seems to be a little quicker on the road. Like, granted, it still has two axles, but having them right next to each other changes the way that it puts the traction down and the amount of resistance that it has. But again, still, it's unavoidable, this thing not having all-wheel drive, that it just turns into a slow crawl up hills and everything. Like, you can see those rear wheels doing the work and those front wheels just being dead little useless guides on the front of the vehicle. Yeah. Yeah, Joseph, I do play on PS4 and I play on Xbox. I do not play on PC, unfortunately, but I do primarily play here on PS4. Once I get to the top of the hill here, I'll drop my PS4 tag in the chat and I'll put my Xbox one. So if any of you guys want to add me on PS4 and Xbox, you'll be able to. I'm just going to get to the top of this hill here and not lose my momentum, and then I'll drop that in the chat. But it is kind of nice to not use any mods for a little bit. Like, since mods have been released, that's almost all I've been using, is trying out all the new mods as they get released and trying out the mod maps and everything, because I mean, it is just so fun to actually have those on console after years of wanting it on MudRunner and then having it promised to us for SnowRunner and then to actually get it. It's so satisfying. But I'm going to take a second here and I'm going to put my PS4 tag in the chat. But yeah, I'm just going to type that in here. There we go. I accidentally hit a couple buttons and I messed up my stream, so it was a black screen, so I wasn't sure what exactly was going on, but yeah. So I dropped those in the chat. I am Killswitch Vigil on PS4 here. The account you're currently watching me play on PlayStation, and then my Xbox gamer tag is Unearth, but instead of a T, it is a 7. And if any of you are metalheads, and especially metalheads in the Northeast region, Unearth is an amazing hardcore metal band out of Massachusetts. I've seen them so many times live. One of my favorite bands of all time out of Massachusetts. And my tag on PlayStation here, Killswitch Vigil, is actually another band out of Massachusetts, Killswitch Engage. That's what my Killswitch Vigil name is based on, is an homage in a way to Killswitch Engage, another band out of Massachusetts. Like I mentioned, they're easily in my top 5 favorite bands of all time. So that's what Killswitch is in my name, and then Vigil is in reference to another favorite band of mine, Lamb of God. I don't know if you guys are metalheads at all, but Lamb of God is one of, if not my all-time favorite metal bands. I actually have a leg sleeve tattoo on my right calf that goes from my ankle up to my knee as a tribute to the band Lamb of God. Just it has elements from all their different album covers in the tattoo. But Lamb of God is my favorite metal band of all time, and that's what Vigil is. Vigil is one of my favorite songs from their album, I think it's Ashes of the Wake. And so that's what the second half of my name here on PlayStation is. So Killswitch Engage is the first part of the name, and then Vigil is my favorite song, or one of my favorite songs, I should say, from Lamb of God. So yeah, any of you guys are metalheads, giving you the horns here. Fucking love it. A lot of times when I'm playing by myself, I'll just blast Pandora and put one of my favorite albums on, and then just drive around, test out different scouts and stuff. But I'm actually pretty impressed with how the Pacific handled that trail there, because that's not exactly easy terrain. Granted, I was going downhill. I don't know how this thing would do climbing that hill. I really don't know with all those rocks and boulders, but carrying these long logs, that thing was able to handle that hill pretty well. And I can already tell a noticeable difference between this trailer and the trailer I used on the last load that I delivered. This seems to be doing a lot better. It seems to drive a lot better compared to the other trailer setup. So if I was to do more logging in the future with the Pacific, I would definitely use this trailer over the other option. But having the other option that allows you to do medium or long logs is fantastic. Get some gas here, and then I'll open up the map and flip the daylight back to some afternoon sunshine. There we go. I try to do that as much as possible for you guys, because I just know from myself watching streams, it's only so entertaining to watch, you know, the nighttime driving. Having it be daylight all the time is nice. I've seen some people request that the developers make a mode where the game is always in daylight, which would be nice, but I love the realism in a way of having an actual day-night cycle built into the game. I think I should actually probably get the P16 out here, do some logging with the P16. What do you guys think of that, huh? Hey JC, thanks for joining in the stream, buddy. Good to see you. Hope you're having a good Saturday. I'm taking an alternate route to get back to this railway station here. Trying to decide if I just want to cut straight across here, or I think it's actually probably safer if I go around this way. Excuse me, sorry to cough in the mic there. Yeah, I'm gonna go around and then cut through this way. Like, I know I could go straight across this way, but I'm pretty sure there's a couple angles that might end up making me roll, and I just don't want to waste this log setup. Like, you can just see beyond my truck there. That'd just be a little bit sketchy of a route to take. So I'm just gonna go the safe route and go around here. Single still, throw the mud, baby. I was hoping I'd be able to leave it in high gear and just crawl through that, but oh well. Little low gear and engageable diff lock never hurt nobody. Yeah, this Pacific is fucking awesome. I love it. I think this next load I might load up the Pacific P16, the base game version, not the DLC or not a mod, I should say. But I'm going to try the P16 and do the last load of long logs with the P16. That just seems right. I know everyone was a little bit scared when the PTS first launched on PC, and there was no logging attachments for the P16, and it just didn't seem right at all. So I mean, literally the Pacific trucks are basically designed for logging exclusively in Canada and everything. It's just what these trucks are made for. And everyone was scared at first when the P16 didn't have any logging attachments on the PTS. So it gave a little bit of worry, but the developers, it just wasn't in the cards at the time. But now the fact that the game is actually released, the actual DLC, and they didn't let us down. They gave us logging attachments for the P16. It just seems exactly what those trucks are made for. I'm glad they didn't drop the ball on that. So yeah, this thing doesn't get through the mud the fastest. It's definitely a little slower, but she'll get there. I try not to do too much power with this P15 going through the mud, because I feel like momentum is the best thing you can do for this truck, is making sure that it stays moving. Like, if you try and give it too much power and you start spinning those wheels too much, it'll lose that momentum. Then you just get screwed. Oh shit, I turned too late. Alright, power through. It's so funny watching the front of this truck just bounce around with those dead front tires. Seems like a good spot to take a quick little smoke break if you guys don't mind. Just gonna hit the bowl real quick. How's everyone's Saturday going? Hope you're having a good Saturday. Ian, thanks for joining the stream, dude. Good to see you in the stream. Hope you're doing well. JC, I know I see you in the stream there too, bud, in the comments. Thanks for hanging out. Doing some logging here in Wisconsin. I thought about doing some logging in the base game maps to start out, but considering the fact that logging was brought back here in Phase 3, it just seemed right to do it here on the Wisconsin maps, I'm not gonna lie. I am really excited to go back on those base game maps and then do some logging too. Apparently that trailer does not like to go through that little bridge that I was just on. It was clipping a little bit, but made it through without messing up the situation. Yeah, just trying to take a different route each time for you guys going to deliver these logs instead of just doing the same thing over and over. I'll try taking the boar out there next. Oh shit. We got stumps and train tracks, like the two worst things for a truck with no all-wheel drive. Load 3 delivered. Not bad. Loving this Pacific, man. It would be awesome to have all-wheel drive on it. It would, but I love it. Oh wow, that one worked. That one got me. Oof, I'm a big fan of the delete trailer feature. I was gonna say, let's do the boar. Actually, I need to re-equip this thing. Actually, I got another one that's already in the garage, already upgraded and everything. I'll just use that one. Yeah, oh man, I hate the lag that we get now in the garage when you're first like selecting vehicles and everything. But yeah, I'll go through the colors real quick. So this is that color pack that gives you extra color options for every vehicle, or all the base game vehicles I should say, and most of the DLC vehicles. But you can see me scrolling through all these different color options, and granted the boar doesn't have the most exciting scheme of colors that shows off what it looks like. But you can see just all these different color options from the color pack that just all the base game vehicles and DLC vehicles have all these different options for colors that just really help you personalize a vehicle to your liking and really make it look like something that you want. If you guys know me at all or watched any of my streams, you know I'm a big fan of orange. Orange is one of my go-to colors for my fleet of vehicles. Yeah, let's try and do some logging with the boar here. This thing is probably my least favorite of the three vehicles from the Phase 3 drop, I'm not gonna lie. Um, it's just a little bit limited with its size and weight in a way. But I mean, it's still a good truck. It's just somewhat limited in what it can do. Let's see if it can climb up that hill that I went up the first couple times with the other two trucks. I don't know what you guys think of the bore. If you drop it in the comments here, your thoughts on how the bore handles itself in SnowRunner here. But personally is my least favorite of the 3 DLC vehicles that we got so far. I don't have the fine tune on it, but oh well. The regular off-road gearbox will still do good. At least this one does have all-wheel drive. I've really found in the deep mud, this thing is a disappointment. The fact that they don't give it off-road tires is a little bit weird, and it just has to make do with the all-terrain or off-road tires. But I mean, you can see here it's struggling even more than the Pacific did, and the Pacific doesn't have all-wheel drive. I don't know if it's just from this thing just being so massive and heavy or what it is, but like there's just something disappointing about the way this thing performs. It looks cool, and I love the idea of it, it doesn't perform well at all. Oh, nice, Ian. You're logging in Russia and you're watching me. That's cool, man. I appreciate you watching the stream, dude. Hanging out. We're just getting some SnowRunner done here, trying out logging. This is my first time doing any logging so far. I just haven't been able to play the game as much as I would normally like to, and been working more, and just still, anytime I have been playing, I've been so distracted with mods that I just haven't been getting around to trying out the logging, which just felt kind of blasphemous. So made a point today where I was gonna get a stream in while my girlfriend was away hanging out with her mom and doing a lunch date and whatnot. I figured I'd jump on here and try out the logging and bring back the memories of MudRunner days gone by. And I mean, kind of similar to the Pacific, I mean, this bore, it is capable, it's just, it feels like it could be more capable. Like, they could put slightly larger tires on it and then add mud tires also. Just giving it that little bit extra grip would just go a long way with this truck. It really would. Like, it's fun, but it's just, I don't know. You can tell it could be better. It has the potential. It's just somewhat lacking in a way, but I mean, I'm getting there. I'm making it to the logging location, but it's just digging the nose in every single bump I go over. I'm definitely not going to take this through that deep water section. That's the easiest route to the railway station. No way. I'm not going to do that. I'll probably take a similar route that I just took with the Pacific on that last run. But even still, just actually thinking about the routes that I have in front of me, like going either down, if I go down this way, that's going to be kind of shitty with the way that the nose digs in on this. Or I could go straight across, but that really is not a fun way to go. But that might be the best route. I'm gonna go back straight across this way, but I'm gonna double back to the fuel station, and then I'll make a game plan from there. But this should be able to make it straight across and up and over this section right in front of me. I don't want to mess with going down over all those rocks with the way that the front end digs in on this thing. I know I said right before I delivered that last set of logs I should use the P16 to deliver a load, but I want to do one with the boar just since I was trying out the other two DLC vehicles, and then the next contract I work on after delivering the 2 sets of medium logs I do on this, I'll use the P16 during that. That'll be fun. This thing does look good. I like the look of it. It really feels like it could perform so much better. I mean, it looks awesome inside, really highly detailed interior. It looks fantastic. It's a friggin' pig, man. Goddamn boar. I mean, it's appropriately named. Just really feels like it could be so much better with some like nice off-road tires or mud tires to give it that extra grip that it needs to just be able to get through the terrain that it needs to get through. Like, I couldn't imagine bringing this thing to like a Mandra. Have any of you guys done that in the chat? Holy shit, man. I bet this thing would suck in a Mandra in late COVID. Like, it'll probably go anywhere, but it's gonna be slow. Oh yeah, Ian, just drinking a beer, chilling. Nice. Yeah, I'm having myself a nice little whiskey drink, just hanging out, smoking a couple bowls, relaxing. Hey there, GG17, thanks for joining in the stream. Yeah, I'm trying out the boar here. One of my first times really putting it through its paces. It is a little bit lacking with not having mud tires and everything, but I mean, I'm getting where I need to go. It's just a little bit slower than I would kind of like, but there's nothing wrong with that. All vehicles don't need to be super overpowered and ultimately capable. Like, I was just in the stream a little while ago using the Pacific P15, and I mean, that not having all-wheel drive makes it limited, but you have to just, you know, adapt and drive it appropriately. It's one of the cool things that they've done with this game where, yes, they limit a lot of vehicles and their capabilities, but it just makes you have to use all the vehicles in the game in a way where all vehicles aren't suited for every job, so you have to plan out and then, you know, pick and choose and game plan and really just come up with the best way to get the job done. And just having options is a good thing, in my opinion. But yeah, I'm enjoying the boar the more I use it. It's just it's not the best off-road vehicle in the really hairy situations, but it makes sense being a huge, massive beast that has the biggest nose in the game. Like, it is unreal. It is just a full-on beefcake. Yeah, it's a huge vehicle. If you put it next to the P16, it's about the same size as the P16. It's freaking crazy. Oh, have a good day, Kiwi. I just saw your stream saying you were taking off. Have a good day. Glad you hung out for a little while, man. Appreciate you checking in on the streams, dude. Have a good day, Kiwi. Oh, you're working on the power plant there, Bobby? Yeah. After you unlock the power plant, the delivery location is actually, I just drove past it. You unlock this power plant here, and then after you unlock that power plant, it's what unlocks the metal roll factory. So then you can create and build your own metal rolls, which is very helpful because there's a few contracts that require like 12 metal rolls or something insane like that. But I love that about this DLC, where you have to deliver actually like a lot of cargo, just to get the contracts complete. But I'm gonna try the route that I was actually questioning taking last time, just to see how the boar handles it. Going this way is maybe not the smartest option, but we'll see how it works out. Yeah, there's, I think one of the main contracts, I think it's for the paper mill or something like that, is one of the stipulations is like 12 metal rolls, Bobby. It's so silly. Yeah, even through the, like, that's not even a crazy little mud section, but the boar is just slow through it. But I mean, for the most part, it goes just about anywhere. But yeah, this is that trail I didn't take last time. We'll see how the boar handles it. The angles shouldn't roll the truck, but they're just a little bit extreme for like a long load like this. Really? I can't even go up that? Yeah, did you... Yeah, the paper mill. Alright, cool. Did you build the bridge that's like right near the paper mill there? It's like right between the paper mill and the metal roll factory. If you haven't built that bridge, you'll definitely want to build that. I mean, that's kind of SnowRunner 101, but I highly recommend anyone that's watching building the bridges first, like in all maps. It doesn't matter if it's DLC, the base game, or if you're playing a mod map. Like, if there are bridges that need to be built, build those things, man. They help you in the long run. Or don't. I mean, taking the long route isn't necessarily the worst thing. But building bridges is generally like the #1 thing that you should do when you're starting a new map, for sure. Yeah, well, I must say, as much as I've been dogging on the boar, it's done well. I mean, it's getting the job done. It's definitely slower and whatnot compared to other vehicles and being kind of sluggish, but it gets the job done. It kind of like the Pacific, like I was talking about, you have to know how to drive it. Like it requires you to just know its quirks and know its weaknesses to then be able to navigate it through terrain and not have to worry about those weaknesses because you know how to drive it. But it's different, but I like it. Well, this will be load number 4 of long logs. And now I gotta go and get 2 loads of medium logs. And yeah. Delete the trailer. Love the delete trailer feature. Big fan of that, so I don't have to leave trailers fucking lying around everywhere. But I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna use the boar again, and I'm just gonna put that medium trailer on the back. See how it handles with just having medium logs on it. And I'll do the second load of medium logs with the Pacific P15, or P512 I should say, sorry. Got a little stoner mouth going on. But yeah, I'll do that same load with the medium trailer with the Pacific to see how it compares to the boar here. Oh, it's such a slow crawl. It's so crazy. And it's kind of weird where having used mods so much recently, like it really does put in perspective how much slower the base game is in comparison. Like you get spoiled when you use mods all the time because they really are overpowered in comparison to like the base game and DLC vehicles here. Like this thing is just a friggin' slug. Just it's churning along, it's getting there, but it is slow. And it's really only in these, you know, a steep hill or in the deep mud. The deep mud and steep hill combined definitely makes it tough for this thing to get around, especially being so large and heavy. I mean, it makes sense, but again, like I was mentioning earlier, it really just feels like you give this thing some mud tires and maybe a slightly larger tire at the same time, and it just would be able to handle itself so much better. Yeah, the downside, like you said, Bobby, of deleting trailers is definitely losing that money. That definitely sucks. But this, my mod playthrough I'm playing on here has like $100 million, so I don't have to worry about money. That's why I'm a big fan of the delete trailer feature. If I was playing my legit playthrough with no mods whatsoever, I wouldn't be using that delete trailer feature at all, and definitely bringing those trailers back to the trailer store and selling them for that money. Absolutely. But the fact that this mod playthrough where if I'm using mods, I don't want to have to care about money, considering the fact with the modding process being the way that it is, when mods are removed to be updated, they can either, you have access to them still if you don't turn it off, but if for some reason you turn that mod off and then want to turn it back on, there can be the situation where you cannot turn it back on, and then you don't have access to that truck anymore, and then you could potentially lose all that money temporarily while that truck is not available. But I definitely try and sell things as much as possible on my legit playthrough. So when I'm playing with mods, I just did the money glitch on Southwest Dunes, and I gave myself like $100 million to play with, so that whenever I'm using mods, I can just buy them and not have to worry about anything ever again. Having like $100 million just allows you to not worry about mods when they go down to be updated, and then just buy new ones or buy anything you want and never even have to think about money. So then when I'm playing around on this game save, I can delete trailers anytime I want and not worry about that money at all, because I have just all that money to play with. I highly recommend that if anyone has the ambition to use mods, set up a dedicated game save for mods, and then go through and do the glitch on Southwest Dunes, and you get $100,000 like every 2 seconds, and just give yourself unlimited money in a way to then be able to bring back into the base game here, and then you're able to not have to worry about money ever again. Hey, Without Soul. Oof, oof. Oh man, trying to talk while taking a hit of weed. It's not the smartest thing to do, kids. But yeah, hey, Without Soul, thanks for joining in the stream. I was thinking about doing that using the Cat, because the Cat 745 is the only thing really in the base game trucks that has a medium log carrier on the back of the truck. There are some mods that allow you to have medium logs on the back of the truck, but there really is only the Cat 745C so far in the base game that allows you to have mods or have long logs on the back of your truck. Yeah, I'm gonna try the bore going down through this rocky section here. Had to use the winch to get around that corner, but it's doing all right. Yeah, the bore is capable. It's just, it is a specialty truck. It really is. Be nice to have just a slightly taller suspension and a little bit bigger tires, just to kind of offset the size of the vehicle. Oh shit, I thought that trailer was gonna flip. Oh my god. I'm so focused on driving the truck, I'm not even paying attention to the trailer. But I love that I got the off-road trailer pack on. You can see that the trailer has off-road tires and better suspension on it. Just allows it to navigate the terrain a little bit better than the base game trailers. I'm going to try and take this through that deep water section, and if for some reason it gets stuck, I got the International Twin Steer on the other side that will be able to pull it out. I'm going to see how this thing does through like that deep swampy mud section. It's kind of sad that I have to put it in low with the diff lock just going through this section of the map. Like so many other trucks just go through in automatic or throw it in high gear. But this thing is so big and so heavy that I have to put it in low-high with the diff lock just to get through it. Like, I don't know. Those are the limitations that kind of you notice about this truck, and the limitations that this thing really has. Stop and get fuel because I've already used over half a tank just from going from the garage. All I've gone is I went from the garage, I followed this trail up to the log station, I went down this trail and down this road. That's all I've gone, and I've used over half a tank. But luckily there's a fuel station here, so I can refuel and be good to go. But I mean, it is a friggin' hog, man. An absolute hog. But I'm just so happy we got logging back in the game. Just brings me back to the MudRunner days. How many of you guys actually play MudRunner? Or are you guys new to the game and playing SnowRunner? I myself was not a long-time MudRunner player. I found the game about a year before SnowRunner came out and fell in love and just started playing the game all the time. It became my game that just replaced everything I was playing. Similar to SnowRunner here, but once I found MudRunner, I was like, oh, this is the off-road game I had always dreamed of having, and now we actually have. And then started playing that, and then found out about SnowRunner coming out and got all into it even more, just realizing the potential of it. And then they actually followed through and gave us the game that we wanted, where MudRunner, we had our options to customize a vehicle limited, but we didn't really have all the options that we have in SnowRunner, being able to fully customize a vehicle as far as visual customizations and actual upgrades that legitimately improve the way the vehicles handle and everything. Like, those are all things that we wanted and craved in MudRunner, and now we actually have them in SnowRunner, and it is so exciting. Like, I think perspective is sometimes lost on people that might not have played MudRunner. Because if you don't have the perspective of having played MudRunner, you don't really realize how good and how advanced SnowRunner is in comparison. Like, truly, SnowRunner is such a massive leap forward in the franchise in every single way, shape, and form in comparison to MudRunner. Because MudRunner truly was one of the most limited games I've ever played, but at the same time it was advanced, but it just had so few options that it made it feel more limited than it was. But having SnowRunner now, and having all these different maps that are so much larger, so much more advanced, so many more things to do, so many more cargo types, so many more customizations for everything as far as the performance of the vehicle and then the visuals of the vehicle, and now having mods on top of that, like, granted, having all the bugs and the issues are things to be annoyed about and have legitimate complaints about, but at the same time, like, the game that we have now is so amazing and so advanced compared to what we had from MudRunner, that if you don't have that perspective, I understand how you could be disappointed and nitpick this game as much as you want, but if you have the perspective having played MudRunner, like, you can put up with all the issues and all the things that we have that are annoying and make the game a little bit frustrating from time to time, but having the perspective of played MudRunner and now having all the options that we have with SnowRunner here, like, it's worth it. It's worth the frustration, because once they get everything sorted out and get all the mod restrictions and all those things taken care of, by the time Phase 4 comes out and the game truly is complete, like, it'll just become the best open world off-roading game that's ever been produced. And it'll be so hard for another game series to come and match this experience. Like, they won't be able to. They really won't. Like, no one's going to be able to top this anytime in the future. But I welcome that. I truly hope someone does notice this game series and try and make a competitor series that just will push this game series even further than it already is. Alright. Oh, one more set of medium logs. I got all these silly trucks in the garage here, because I had set that up for my cover photo of the stream, but it makes it tough to get out of the damn garage. Have to thread the needle around all those vehicles. Let's see if adding the weight of this crane changes the performance of the Pacific here. Just a chugging along. No all-wheel drive, but it doesn't need it. It'll crawl anywhere. Or, I won't say anywhere. I'll correct myself. It'll crawl just about anywhere. It goes slower than a lot of vehicles, but it'll get there. I love that on the grill, the big Pacific with the maple leaves. It really feels like this truck should have come out in Phase 2. Like, why was this not part of the Canadian DLC? in the Yukon. But, oh well. We got it now. I think I've chewed up this section a little bit too much. It got a little bit too loose through here. I've done this trail like 6 or 7 times, or, well, no, yeah, 5 or 6 times now. So the mud's all fucking loosened up. This is when not having all-wheel drive is a bad thing. Because there are no real trees that I can winch onto or anything. I got it in low, 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 low. That low, low, low gear. Yeah. Let's see if detach the trailer, see if I can get up a little bit more. As long as I see those front tires moving, that means we're making something happen. If I can just get up a little ways, I can then winch to the trailer and then drag that back up behind me. Come on. Alright, well, that's a dud. Let's go with, where is she? Oh, I don't have it? I never unlocked it yet because this is my mod playthrough. Damn it. Well, I'll use this. The electric hybrid. Whatever. We'll mix it up. I'm a little disappointed there, I'm not gonna lie. I didn't expect the Pacific to struggle as much as it did going up that hill, and it really could have been because of the weight of that extra crane that I was using. But let's mix it up and use a mod here. I'm getting the GGMS electric converted mod. Loving this thing. It's a little bit weird because of the electric engine being so quiet. That definitely is very weird, but it is a very fun mod. I highly suggest this to anyone using mods. Sorry to make you guys sit here and watch me upgrade a vehicle, but just getting this thing going real quick. Ah, I'm so stupid. Why did I do that? But yeah, if you guys have used the electric converted vehicles at all. Like, this thing is just so fun. It's weird because they're silent. But I love them. Gotta put my pot leaf in my pirate bird. But yeah. So yeah, this thing is silent, but it moves very well. The Yar 87 there with the Tega tires behind me, that is also part of the electric conversion pack. There's basically one truck for every class of vehicle in that pack, and they're all electric conversions of vehicles from the base game, and they are very, very well performing vehicles. Use the active suspension. This is the Azov 10x10 we always wanted as far as performance, and having a taller suspension that actually will get you through situations where the nose won't dig in. Ah, it's so satisfying. It's just the one thing you never get used to with this is the quiet engine. Like, the electric engine is so weird, but I like it. But this really shows how badly this area has been dug out and why the Pacific had trouble getting through here. Like, I'm struggling in low gear with this electric mod vehicle with 10 wheels, all-wheel drive, and full-time diff lock, and this thing just won't do it right now. So that's why the Pacific had as much trouble as it did getting up here, and why I had to recover and then use this thing, but whatever. But it was fun to use the DLC vehicles for a little while, but might as well switch it up and use some mods. Why not? As I was talking about on my soapbox about MudRunner and whatnot, and being at the position we are now, having mods and SnowRunner and everything, why not use some? Oh, Bobby, you talking about the electric conversion pack, the hybrid electric conversion pack? They have 5 vehicles, one for each class. The Azov 10x10 is the one I'm driving now. The Scout is the Yar 87. Then they have an electric conversion version of the Tega. They have an electric conversion of the Zixis, that 4x4 Russian vehicle. And then what's the last one? The Tega, the Yar, the Azov, the Zixis. I think there's one more I'm missing. But yeah, so there's just one pack out right now, currently, and that's the one I'm using. And those are all Russian vehicles. But there will be another pack coming out shortly that'll be all American vehicles. So there'll be all American electric converted vehicles, similar to this. And the developer has the details listed, but currently the mod pack 2 that is not available yet, but the American vehicles that they'll be using are the Twin Steer, and the Scout will be the Scout 800. So just thinking about having a crazy electric converted Twin Steer is really exciting. Like, that'll be a really fun vehicle to use and run around in. the torque and performance on these vehicles is very noticeable, and the gas mileage is conveniently, being an electric converted version of it, really good too. But they're very capable, and it's nice being able to do the medium logs on the back of the truck itself and not have to use a trailer. Yeah, this is a great Scout. And the real only downside that I found that I don't like is the electric engine. I love the sound of a real engine, but the performance and the gas mileage and all the other perks that come along with this are worth it. It makes it, and it's just a fun, different version of the vehicle. The blue headlights go a long way too. I'm a big fan of that. Like, I'll switch it to nighttime here. And you can see the blue headlights is just a nice touch. Really makes it feel like something different and new and fresh, like just something we never have had in the game before. Alright, just got this last load of logs to deliver. Go drop these off and start up a different contract. Do some more logging. Might scavenge some of the sites, because there's plenty of sites around the map where you can get logs and scavenge them and whatnot. But the location I've been going to is the only location on the first map of Wisconsin that has unlimited logs, so you can just keep going there and get as many as you want. But there are a few other logging stations around the map, but they have limited resources, unfortunately. But I mean, I've gone the same trip that I've done a few times now, getting back to this fuel station, and I've only used just over 25 liters, where in the DLC trucks that I've been using, they've used well over 150 or 200 liters. I mean, this is a mod truck I'm using, and it's quote-unquote an electric conversion, so yeah, that makes sense, but it's also kind of silly at the same time. But that's the perk of using mods, you know, you get the fuel range and consumption that we always want from the base game vehicles, but unfortunately for game balance, the developers have made a lot of the base game vehicles have the restrictions and high fuel rate burn that really kind of limits the vehicles in some ways. For game balance, they like to say. Yeah, this Azov 10x10 is just freaking crawling its way through. It's just so cool to see logs in the game again. I love that. I really do. Just weird how this thing is so quiet, and just hearing that hiss of the engine, it's just so weird. But I like it at the same time. It's weird, but I like it. There we go. Final set of logs delivered. There we go. rail trail complete. And the logs don't disappear out of the back? What the hell is that? That's... what? I delivered the logs, but they didn't. No way. So, wait. Can I take these and deliver them at another location? What the hell just happened? Hey, Dustin Spencer, thanks for joining the stream, buddy. Hope you're having a good day. Hey, Alan Vaughn, thanks for joining in the stream. Thanks for hanging out, checking out my stream. The electric pack does not take up too much RAM. Right now I have like 9 mods activated. I have... what do I have? I have the electric pack. I have all 3 of Zidon's mods activated. I have the Last Raider. I have Zidon's new Titan 148. I have the Titan trail truck activated. I have the color pack activated. I have the CCM 9310 activated. And I have the GGMS electric conversion pack here activated. So yeah, you can have the electric pack with quite a few other mods activated at the same time. It's surprisingly not a pack that takes up too much RAM and whatnot. That doesn't require medium. I want to see if I can deliver... yeah, 1 medium log to the weather station. Where is the weather station? Right down here. I have to go all the way across the map. Alright, let's do it. Because I just delivered logs and they didn't disappear off the back of my truck. So I'm going to see if I can deliver these logs to another location. See if it's some sort of weird glitch with this mod setup. Sorry for the delay in game, folks. So just getting things set up so I can continue driving around here. Enjoying Wisconsin. But thanks for everyone joining into the stream here. Oh yeah, Bobby, you got a whole bunch of mods activated. Yeah, I got the off-road trailer pack too. I almost forgot about that. Oh boy, the marijuana's getting me this morning, fellas. It feels good on the lungs, but oh my goodness. But yeah, like you guys were just watching, I just finished that last contract and delivered medium logs, but they didn't disappear off the back of my truck. So I'm going to see if I can go deliver these to another location. I mean, I really don't like to take advantage of glitches and workarounds very often, other than setting up my game save here to have unlimited money for using mods and whatnot, but that'd be a fun little workaround, I suppose. God, these maps are so beautiful. I am absolutely blown away with how well set up these maps are here in Wisconsin. Like everything about these maps, just all the different trails, the way the terrain's set up. Like they don't necessarily have the toughest terrain in a way similar to like how Imandra or the Yukon is set up. Like a lot of the trails aren't like super deep mud, other than a few sections here and there. But there are just so many fun trails linked throughout all the maps that just make them endlessly replayable, especially with scout vehicles. Like I can just take scouts out and around Wisconsin here for hours, like legitimately hours on end. I've done that on a stream, I believe, in the past, where I'm just driving around these maps for like 2 hours straight, not doing any contracts or anything, and just driving around and just enjoying the beautiful maps and the really, really fun terrain. And now starting to do like some of these contracts now, like they're just as much fun to navigate the trails with all these crazy big heavy logging loads and all the different other materials that you have to bring, like the 12 metal rolls that we were talking about earlier for the paper mill contract. Like one of the bridges is like, it's a small wooden bridge, but it requires 8 wooden planks. 8 wooden planks for one bridge. And you have to bring the logs to the sawmill to even be able to make the wooden planks. So it's like a multi-layered little task, but it's just a small little wooden bridge, but you have to put in a lot of work just to get that one little task done. I remember just building this bridge was quite a few requirements too. Yeah, these maps are just beautiful, man. So I need to go all the way around up there, so I'll go by here. Up to the weather station. Hopefully I can deliver these medium logs and it's not some weird glitch, but the fact I was able to complete that last contract and these did not disappear off the back is so strange to me. And it's worth it, even if it's a waste of time, to drive all the way there just to see if I can deliver them too. That would just be a fun little weird glitch. I think I'm gonna take the Azov 7310 out and around for a little while. I want to use that thing. I haven't used that enough. Maybe do the long logs for this contract with that thing after this. Have you guys used that? The Azov 7330? That thing's awesome. One of the most versatile mods, like, ever made. It has every option that you could ever want. Hey, oh, so has that worked for you, Ian? Have you been using this mod specifically, the Azov 10x10? And had the medium logs not disappear off the back? You just throw it in high gear and just fucking run through this stuff. Holy cow. Just throw it in high and just absolutely run through this stuff. Holy cow. As long as you don't dig the nose in, it'll go. Well, see, that's exactly what I was saying. Dug the nose in. Whew. Now, after driving around those DLC vehicles, like, this just proves how overpowered mods are. It really does. Oh, holy cow, Ian, that's crazy. That's funny, Ian. Dustin. Oh, shit. Get some daylight in here. That horn sounds silly. Whoa. Alright, that's an angle. That's an angle. But, I mean, this is like I was talking about earlier. This is why I love these maps. Like, it is just so beautiful and such fun terrain. It just makes it endlessly replayable. Dustin, this is a hybrid truck. It's part of the GGMS hybrid conversion pack. This is the Azov 10x10 electric variant. The Scout vehicle is the Yar 87, and then they have the Tega. They have what's the other one? The Zeeks is 4x4. And then there's one more I'm not remembering off the top of my head. Oh, the Antarctic. The Azov Antarctic is the other electric one. That's the 5th one. So yeah, an electric converted Antarctic is insane. It makes it so fast. But the articulating body is still kind of a weakness of that thing. But yeah, so I guess I can deliver these medium logs that I... Yeah, so yeah, it delivers them, but it doesn't remove them off the back. That is so weird. That's not something I'm going to take advantage of. I just wanted to test it out. But yeah, that's kind of weird. I don't necessarily like that. But it's good to know that you can do it, at least. But I'm gonna leave this thing here, and I'm gonna jump back to the Azov 10 by 10, or I'll show you the Yar real quick. How's that? I do that all the time now. I don't flip over the tabs in the map, and then when you try and jump in stuff, it messes up. But yeah, this is the electric converted the Yar 87. It's got the Tega tires on it. Big fan of that. But it turns this thing into a little monster. So fast. Oh, and it does have active suspension. It's gonna raise it up even taller. Again, just the only real downside is the weird, quiet engine, really. But other than that, the performance is so worth it for these electric converted vehicles. They have so much more torque. It's like instant response from the gas pedal, like, and they go so well. And they're so good on gas mileage. Go figure, being electric. I mean, the Yar 87 has always been one of my favorite scouts from the base game. It's legitimately my go-to, like, if not, definitely in my top 3 scouts for the base game. And the fact we have a modified version of it now that makes it even better is one of my favorite things. Like, that's what makes me absolutely love this mod pack. These Tega tires aren't the OP tires. It does have a set of OP tires that make it even better performance, but I just love having the Tega tires on this thing. Just makes it look a little bit more aggressive and fun. Yeah, it makes it in a fun little rig. It's a great scout. Those tires just make it look so much more aggressive. I'm a big fan of this little trail system that loops right around the back of the garage. It's a great way to take a vehicle out and just test it out. I'll never get used to that engine though. It just sounds so weird. It does get slightly annoying just having that like hissing in your ear, but again, the performance is just worth it because this thing just gets around. This area is so just beat up from all the trips that I've gone through here now. Getting all these logs, all the mud is just all loosened up and soupy. Oh, the headlights. Hey, J-Dog, thanks for joining the stream. You want to see the headlights at night? Got that nice blue glow to them. It's such a nice touch that really just makes it feel like a different, unique, modified vehicle. It's one of the reasons I like this mod pack so much. Like, it takes a base game vehicle, but just simply having these cool blue headlights is just such a nice touch. It really is, and it makes it just feel unique and different. I'm a big fan of that, I'm not gonna lie. It's one of the reasons that I like this mod pack so much, it honestly is. What do you mean by tweaking the damage? Ooh, yeah, Dustin. I like the Lodestar Mod Scout also. Yeah, the hybrids still show fuel. It's a hybrid electric, so it does technically still, I guess, have a gas tank that it works off of. But, I mean, they're primarily electric engine vehicles. Look at the size of that moon. Yeah, this thing, it's a fun scout. It gets around. You missed the shift. I missed the shift. I try to throw it in high gear a little bit too often sometimes. Get myself in trouble. But then I just get distracted by the views on this map. My goodness. Like, they did such a good job, just like they did in the Yukon, to really add perspective and like the feel of just expansive immersion, where it feels large and like huge while also not being the largest map at the same time, but they make the views and the perspectives actually feel like you're in this large open world. I love it so much. Oh yeah, that'd be sweet. I was just reading the comments while driving and just drove through the friggin' stump pit. Yeah, I like what you're saying, Dustin. That'd be sweet. I like that. I wish show a little bit more love to the yar, give it a couple more options and customizations. Oh yeah, I really enjoyed this section up here. I'm actually going to go grab, I'm going to bring a another truck over here to meet up with the yar and do a little session crawling through this section over here. There's a fun little rock section up here. I'll go ahead and leave this here for a second and then I'll mark it here, and I'm going to use the CCM. You guys ever use the CCM? This little mod scout is amazing. It is a pure scout, doesn't allow any trailers or anything. But it is easily one of the most fun scout vehicles that I've used in this game. It looks beautiful. It reminds me of like the Chevy Napco from MudRunner. Absolutely love that. Yeah, I'm gonna take this little scout vehicle and then go catch back up with the yar over there, and do a little rock crawling through this cliff section that they have over there. But yeah, this little mod scout is fantastic. It's so powerful, so fast. A little bit too fast because it does have different engine upgrades that make it designed to be far too aggressive and far too fast, and it will just spin the tires and have no traction. So if you use the first or second engine, like the default engine, are really the only truly usable versions of the mod. It just has too much power in the small tires. It spins the tires anytime you get off-road. It's designed for certain mod maps that are made for racing. That's why it has those options for the more powerful engines, but if you're trying to use it on the regular game like I am right now, you have to use the smallest engine like I am. Like, I'm using the weakest engine and it's still spinning the tires pretty aggressively in the mud. But it makes it into a very, very fun and aggressive little scout vehicle. Highly recommended if no one's tried it out. It's the CCM 9300 Stadium truck, but it's just a fun little scout vehicle. You do have to be careful because it'll blow out the suspension pretty quickly, but it doesn't have the most detailed interior, but it's still nice, gives a good perspective of it. Oh yeah, you can roll this thing quick. it gets hectic, especially when you get it up on top speed and take it off like a big jump or something. Like it's full on chaos. I wanted to bring out like the Delta Scout or the Red Charger. I love that new Red Charger, but it's just they take up so much RAM that I wasn't able to have those mods active with the other mods that I wanted to have active, like the 7330 Azov and the electric pack and everything. So I had to just make a compromise and go with other mods and not use those, but I really wanted to bring like the Delta and the Red Charger out here with these mods also. Yeah, let's take this little guy through a little rock crawling little cliff trail that's up along the way here. This little thing is a smoke show. It sends so much smoke out from underneath the frame, it's hilarious. Oh no, I didn't want to go back that far. Shit. I was just trying to roll back a little bit. I didn't want to roll that far back. That's the problem with these little tires, man. There we go, there we go. Come on, come on, come on. Shit. It's one thing I really hope they address in future updates is adding more traction on rocks. Like, it is just absolutely absurd how you skate around like you're on ice on rocks. There's no reason I should have as little traction as I do right now on these rocks. Yeah, this section right here on Black Badger Lake, it's this little cliffside trail that is a long rock crawl that just runs along the edge of the map here, up by the railway station where I had been delivering logs earlier. It's right up north of the map, or the garage I should say, but it's a really, really fun section to crawl through. I'm gonna jump in the yard and bring it up to that CCM that I just parked up there, just so they're both already up there. But it's just a really fun section to just take your truck through and just have a fun little scouting free run area. But stuff like this on these new maps is why I really love and enjoy these maps so much. Yeah, this thing has absolutely no issue climbing up that with these giant tires and the fact it has 6 of them. Like, look at the size of these tires and just the size of this thing in general next to that thing. It's almost comical. Oh man, no. see if we can get some daylight over here. What time is it? Yeah, 8:18. A little brighter. But yeah, I absolutely love this little rock section. A buddy of mine showed it to me in a group chat, in our admin team chat for the Facebook group, and he pointed out this section of the map, and I just keep bringing different scouts back through here and just crawling through it and seeing how different ones handle through here. It's just a fun little section. Like I had just pointed out, it's right by the railway station, just kind of northeast of the map, or the garage. Damn it, I said it twice. Yeah, this CCM, just such a fun little scout. It's not necessarily made for crawling sections like this, but it's fun to see how it can handle it. Like it is a very capable scout, but it's stuff like this right now that I don't think it's going to be able to get through that. I already messed myself up. Even trying to back up and get out of this, it's just going to roll down the edge. Anything I do, any movement I make is just going to fall off the edge. Yep, there it goes. Yep. That is one thing they definitely need to address, is why are there like more useless winch points on the ground, like just being logs or sticks or stuff that will break as soon as you connect to it, compared to having trees that are within reach that it isn't gonna just reach to and grab immediately. Oh well. I wanted to take this thing rock crawling, but apparently it just wasn't in the cards for how I'm driving right now. But I will jump back in that Yar and just take you guys through that section without messing it up, because I know this thing can handle it no problem. But then after that I'll jump back in that little CCM and take that for a little joyride, because I really do love that scout. But I just got a little carried away with driving it there. And honestly, this little section, if you don't have a vehicle that can handle it, this little corner is tricky to get through. But you can see the CCM down there. Gives you perspective for how big these maps are. Love that. Even this thing wants to slide off this corner here. Wow! Are you shitting me? Alright. Well, that sucked. Even positioned in an area where it's going to be tough to even roll myself back over. That sucks. Not gonna lie, I'm pretty disappointed in myself right now. I just wanted to crawl. It's a fun little easy rock trail section that I was just on, and for some reason I just was not able to make it around that corner. Trying to talk and fucking play the game and look at the group chat at the same time. Too many things going on. But that just means it's joyride time now. Yeah, the weed definitely drove it. Oof. See, it's just got a little bit too much power for these little tires. If you keep it floored and automatic, especially in a higher gear, it's just gonna dig itself in. But you tap it down into first gear or throw it in low, and it'll slowly claw its way out. And I was trying to turn right for so long and it just didn't want to go right. Man, that thing just struggled to get up that little hill there. That was weird. Oh shit. Oh shit. Such a fun little scout. Man, it really is. Like, these are the type of mods I've been waiting for. Oh, ho, ho, look at that. Ho, 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 ho. Damn it. That's par for the course, though. That's how I've been driving today. I have not been exactly smooth or on the ball. I've been reckless and just making mistakes left and right, but oh well, it's SnowRunner. That's the best part about it. You can just recover or winch yourself over. No biggie. Oh, looking at this chat while driving. Yeah, weighted bumper would actually be pretty good on that CCM that I was just driving. That's not a bad idea, Dustin. Not a bad idea at all. Trying to remember what route I took to get to where I just was so I can try and repair that suspension on the CCM there. What? Why attached to it? There we go. I guess those were just a little bit too out of reach. I was hoping it would actually like crawl backwards up over that, but no dice. But I accomplished my goal of recovering and repairing the CCM, and now scout shenanigans will resume until I break it again. That's a good point, J-Dog. I wish it did the same. If you repair a vehicle, it repaired the visual damage as well. That would be a really nice touch. I like that. That's a good idea. What do you think? Should I get back to doing some logging? I think I'm gonna do some more logging. I'm having fun doing the scouting here, but I wanted to get some logging done, and I still have the contract activated that I was working on, so I just got distracted with the CCM here, and I felt like mixing it up a little bit for the stream, get some different action going on the screen, but I reached a dead end, so yeah, I'm going to recover this scout here and get some logging going. I'm going to use, what am I going to use? I'm going to use, what was it, this one? The Azov 7330. I need to convert it. I have the rollback set up on it now. I'm going to customize this, put the logging attachments on, and get going with this thing. Absolutely love this mod. This is one of the best mods. It's built on the same frame, I believe, as the new international twin steer that we got, but this thing is just an absolute beast. There we go. I use the off-road trailer, just those extra off-road tires make it so much better off-road. It really does. It makes a noticeable difference. Yeah, I'll go grab some long logs, and then we have to double back all the way across the map back to that weather station that I delivered the logs to off of my electric hybrid 10x10. But this is one of the most overpowered scouts in a way, being that it has so many options as far as attachments, but also the performance. Like, it really is an absolute monster in every way, shape, and form. And in my opinion, I love this as an option over the IX heavy wrecker. Like, this is just a bigger and better version of that. But if you could imagine if the creator of the IX heavy wrecker just made a twin steer version of that thing, it would then be able to compete with this. I mean, this thing is just an absolute beast. It is so powerful. It really is overpowered, but in the best way. Having absolutely no problem just crawling up this thing in low high, just walking through everything. Has no problem whatsoever. Alright, so we gotta go all the way. So basically all the way across the map. From one side to the other. All the way across the map. But this thing will handle it, no problem. Azov 7330. It's an amazing mod. Absolutely love this thing. Overpowered in every sense of the word. But in the best way. Because if you're using mods and want something that'll get the job done and not have to worry about it, this is what you get. Easily probably the most versatile mod that they have out there. Because I mean, you can put a service attachment on it with a high or low saddle, or a fuel tank on the back with a high or low saddle, and just putting the fuel tank on the back of the cab and then having a high saddle or a low saddle on the back just turns it into something you could literally drive for like hours on end and never have to repair or refuel, as long as you're driving responsibly and don't, you know, destroy it or roll it over. But I mean, putting a fuel tank on the back of this and then having a high saddle or low saddle, like I said, with any type of trailer or attachment then on the back, just allows you to do anything you want for as long as you want. This thing is an absolute beast. Hey there, Clay. Thanks for joining in the stream. We could definitely play together sometime. I'm just doing solo right now. I'm not going to be playing for too much longer. I'm going to have to get off and get some chores done, have some lunch and whatnot. But if you add me, if you look up in the chat, or I can do it right now, I'll drop in the chat my PlayStation and Xbox tags. And you can add me and we can definitely play sometime in the future. Yeah, I'm using the Azov 73310, and like I was mentioning, there's another one I have parked right here next to me. It's the same vehicle, but you have a service attachment and then a low saddle, and then you have the massive fuel tank attachment on the back of it. Like that rig right there is so useful. So you have so many repair points and so much fuel that you park one of those anywhere around the map, and then you can just drive up and have a mobile repair and refuel station that will last forever. But yeah, I'll drop in the chat for you my my PlayStation and my Xbox gamer tags real quick. Sorry guys for the lack of gameplay. I'm going to drop that in the chat real quick. Here we go. I dropped those in the chat. My gamer tag on Xbox and PS4. Feel free to add me if you like. Yeah, I'm going to... I'll just swap to that real quick and repair and refuel. Yeah, 3,700 liters. Whole bunch of repair points. Alright, let's get some long logs delivered, huh? Bringing them to the weather station up in the corner of the map, all the way on the other side of the map of the garage. I'm a big fan of this mud pit right out below the garage here. Such a fun little section. But this thing absolutely walks through everything. It rarely gets slowed down by any mud, any situation. It is just an absolute beast of a mod in every sense of the word. I mean, what other vehicles can you just leave in high going through this insane mud pit? It's just crazy. I mean, you can't do it all the way through, of course, but I mean, just being able to get that far, just leaving it in high, just shows how overpowered this mod is. It's crazy. There are the logs and stuff you can get hung up on through here, which are a little bit annoying, but comes with the territory with swamped out apocalyptic areas. Post-natural disaster areas, which are every map in the game is quote-unquote designed to be based after natural disasters have happened in those areas, which is a nice little touch to the game. Gives them a reason to make all the areas all messed up and have rocks and logs and all that nonsense throughout the roads and everything. At least gives them an excuse in a way. Hey there, Jan. Thanks for joining in the stream, dude. Yeah, this truck is a monster. Just leave it in high gear and it just stomps through this crazy mud pit. With long logs, which are apparently one of the heaviest cargo that they've created for the game. This thing is just savage. Like it's not even like a beast. It is just savage. It is aggressive in every way. I mean, it's got a good large fuel tank, and granted it does burn a lot of fuel, but it will last longer than a lot of the base game vehicles, and it is just a monster in every way, shape, and form. I mean, it is physically huge, but is very capable. Like, it doesn't really get slowed down by how big it is, where a lot of other vehicles that are very large can kind of get slowed down with their size and mass. Like, if anyone was watching the stream earlier when I was driving the Boar, like, that thing is just too big for its own good. Like, it slows itself down because it's just too big, and it just becomes lumbersome and awkward, where this thing is just, it is big, but it is nimble, and it is powerful, and it has the traction. Like, it just has everything. It has the most attachments that I've seen for any vehicle, like, as far as customization options. Like, legitimately is like a Swiss Army knife of a vehicle for SnowRunner. Like, it has everything you want and more. I don't know of another vehicle that'd be able to do what I just did with these long logs, just climbing straight up and over that jump like that. Like, holy shit. This thing is crazy. Just throw it in high gear and just let it go. Like, it is a little bit almost too overpowered, especially compared to, you know, the base game vehicles and everything. Like, I was driving the new Pacific and everything earlier. But I mean, there's a time and a place for everything. There's times when you just want to have an overpowered vehicle like what I'm using right now to just get jobs done quick and efficient, instead of having to slog your way through it like I was having to do with the Pacific. Like, I'll definitely bring the Pacific through here when I go back through and play on my game save that doesn't use mods at all. But it's nice right now to just be able to use this thing to just power through this. Like, it is not getting slowed down by anything. I haven't even had to take it out of high gear yet. It's just insane. It's so crazy. Well, let's see if gravity gets the best of me right here, because this is a pretty steep angle. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. Oh, see? I could have approached that a lot smarter. I really could have, but I screwed myself. I was all excited, just trying to push it as hard as I could, and that's what you get, kids, in SnowRunner. That's why you can't do that stuff. You gotta approach angles, and when it gets crazy, when the terrain gets really aggressive like that, you cannot do what I just did, or else you waste like 15 or 20 minutes having to recover and then fix the mess you just made. Ah, man. Oh yeah, Bobby. If you want to do that or anything like that, that's absolutely supported, man. Any help is absolutely welcome. If you want to do that, I wouldn't say no. But I just figured I'd try and climb up this waterfall since I got this thing back on its wheels. Yeah, let's try that again. I'm gonna make that delivery without messing up this time. Let's see if I can get a different color on it. Alright, I swear, this time I'm not gonna roll it. I'm not gonna mess up. Let me try that trailer this time. Let's see what it's like with this trailer this time. This just shows no one's perfect. SnowRunner is all about trial and error, and you're gonna have a lot of errors in this game. Like if anyone was watching at the beginning of the stream, which I actually hope you weren't, like I tried doing the manual loading of the logs with the crane, and I was absolute garbage with it. Like that's gonna be something I have to just do in single player while I'm just hanging out by myself. I'm not gonna do it while I'm on a stream and just really figure out how to use this crane, because it really is. It's similar to MudRunner, but it's also different at the same time. The crane mechanics are kind of weird. And I tried to do it for the first time here on the stream earlier, and I was just dog shit with it. I was terrible. So I'm not gonna make you guys watch that, but I'm gonna just go and auto load these and get going again. Go and deliver this. Man, I have really messed up this section of the map. Like the first couple times through I was able to climb up this hill no problem, but now I can't even really get up it at all. I just dug it out completely. Even with this super overpowered mod, like this thing is struggling to get up this hill. Yeah, you just rolled in Russia, Ian? I feel your pain, brother. I was just actually replaying in my head how I just rolled over on that hillside, and I'm like, I should have been able to get past that without rolling. Like, I should have been able to. I wasn't thinking. I was just in the moment, just trying to drive as fast as possible. And, you know, mistakes are made. It's what comes with the territory with this game. Yeah, the beer got the best of your judgment. I feel that. I hear you, buddy. It's funny how after you play this game for a while, you just start driving so recklessly after you make some mistakes. And you just trying to barrel through and just get it done. you start carrying less and less and just start ramming your way through. That trailer setup is so awkward. Like I'm still kind of surprised that the developers allowed that to be an option. Like it's fun, and I love the fact that it allows you to have a setup on your truck where you can do either long logs or short logs, or not short, medium. So you can do medium or long logs either way and not have to like go back and have a different setup. But having that weird trailer with that axle and frame setup where it makes the back wheels on that trailer bounce up and like raise, and it's weird. I like it, but it's weird. I'm gonna take a completely different path this time. I'm gonna wrap around. I'm just gonna go around this way, and then I'll cut back over, and I'm gonna have a redemption on that. I'm gonna get past that section that I rolled on. You lost your game save file, Jan? Oh, man, that is brutal. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, oh, if you use this Azov, you will get that back real quick. Like, this thing will get jobs done, especially in Michigan and the base game maps. It'll get stuff done quick. Especially with all the different attachment options and everything. Like, you can see where the crane is behind the cab of the truck. You can put a 2-slot flatbed or sideboard bed there, and then still have a low or high saddle behind that, and put any trailer you want on the back of it. So you can have 2 slots on the back and still like an 8-slot bed. So you could have 10 slots on this one truck going at once. It's insane. That really is a weird trailer setup. Like, I still can't, like I said earlier, I can't believe they actually made that a thing. But it's a good option to have. It might be weird, but it's a good option to have. I mean, like, really, everywhere you go on this map, you just want to take a minute to like just look around and take the views in. It's just such a beautiful game. It's one of the reasons I love this game so much. And it makes it so endlessly replayable. And all these maps just get more and more advanced and more technical, more and more beautiful. Like, just makes it endlessly replayable for me. Like, I look forward to when Phase 4 comes out, and then we have all the DLC, and then I want to start a brand new playthrough, and then play through everything and get that whole experience of just having a brand new playthrough, and then doing the entire game and beating it all the way through. And just thinking about how long it took to beat just the base game when it first came out before we had any DLC, and then you add on top of that 4 entire phases of DLC that you have to complete and play through on top of that. Like, how long is it going to take? How many hours is it going to take to play through the whole game once all 4 phases are out? It's just, it's so awesome. It's so entertaining to me. Like, I can just spend hours and hours just completely playing this game through over and over again. I love it. Yeah, I do that, Ian. I do that all the time, man. When I'm playing by myself, I just find myself wanting to drive around and stop and turn off the HUD, take a screenshot. Do that all the time. It's awesome in all the groups, like a bunch of the groups that I run and I'm part of the admin team on. We do cover contests each week, and just seeing all the different screenshots that people come up with and submit to the the cover contest is so awesome. There's so many different perspectives like that you get to see, where different vehicles people use, different maps people like to get screenshots on, and then the different angles that they get. Like, you can just literally have thousands of different angles and views on all the different maps, but it's all the same maps and content that we all have, but just seeing different people's lenses and views and different perspectives that everyone brings to all these different maps is just so cool to see and so entertaining week in and week out. Like, the groups are so active and the community is so amazing, and everyone that is truly into it really just loves it for what it is, and loves sharing all their different experiences, and just it's just such a fun community to be a part of. It really is. And it's all just for the love of the game. Like, it's so silly. There are arguments and fights and shit that break out during it, and that's impossible to avoid because it's Facebook and people love to state their opinion no matter what. But all that aside, like, the community itself and the love and the joy of the game is just so intoxicating, and everyone seems to share that same, I don't know, just true enjoyment and enthusiasm for what these games provide. And it's just such a fun, open world driving experience that is so laid back and different than anything that has really been out there before. And everyone just truly appreciates it for what it is, for the most part, I should say. I love it. I really do. Thanks for the love, Ian. I appreciate it, man. Or no, not Ian. Jan. It is Jan, right? It's not Jan. It's Jan. I hope I say that right. I know I got my thick northeastern accent, which some of you might not be used to, but alright, I'm gonna be smart this time. I'm not gonna roll it once I get up to this section, I swear to God. I'm gonna be smart this time, fellas. Alright, here we go. Redemption. Oh, dude. There we go, I say redemption and then I get the trailer hung up on a friggin' telephone pole. Alright, take two. Whew, there we go. Alright. Nice. Now remember, I have to climb up higher. Or can I do that? Yeah, I can do that right here. Okay, cool. Oh, shit. That was the hard part. I was so disappointed earlier when I rolled that. And I honestly thought I might do it again, considering how tall this vehicle sits. With that extra crane, that weight puts the center of weight so high, it makes it really kind of tough to navigate through sketchy areas that have angles like I was just dealing with. And yeah, that was no joke. That was a little sketchy, but made it through. And I should be able to deliver this load now. Oh, took it out of low. I'm messing up my shifts while I'm trying to talk here. Trying to look at the comments and talk while trying to navigate. Not exactly the smartest thing to do. See, I knew I should have taken that road that I was looking at back there. But this thing is so overpowered, it'll be able to crawl up this little creek bed. It's not even a road. It looked like a road on the map when I looked at it, but this isn't a road. Driving into a tree while trying to do a fun angle. There we go. Alright, we got this. I'm back on trail now. That was silly. But I'm learning these maps. I've only had so much time on Wisconsin. I haven't played the maps enough to really know them that well yet, to know what the best routes to take are, but hey, trial and error, that's what SnowRunner is all about. I mean, if any of you guys were just watching on my first attempt to deliver this set of logs, I rolled over on that sketchy little waterfall. But I'm glad I was able to double back and then make a successful delivery this time. Not gonna lie. Now I'm gonna have to, after this, I gotta go get wooden planks. And you have to create the wooden planks at the sawmill. Here we go. So there's like a trail up here. I guess you could call it a trail. It's not really a trail. It's like a goat path. Can't believe I made it that far with the blown out suspension, just leaving it in high gear. These are the type of situations when it's like you don't ask why, you just ask why not. Is there a point to what I'm doing right now? No. Just messing around and seeing how far I can get before the vehicle's destroyed. chaos, just chaos. Pure chaos. There you go. Sorry for that delay, folks. I just had to take a quick little bathroom break. I've been doing the stream over 3 hours without taking a break. Had to run to the bathroom real quick. I'm back on, doing some more logging. We might be bringing some logs to the lumber mill so I can make some wooden planks to complete the delivery to the weather station contract I've been working on. Yeah, loving logging so far. Using the Azov 7330 mod currently. I used earlier in the stream the DLC vehicles for Phase 3, the Pacific and the International and the Boar. Delivered some logs with those, and now I'm doing some logging with the Azov 7330. This is an absolute beast of a mod. It is one of the most overpowered vehicles, but it is so much fun. Yeah, I would do the manual loading for you guys, but it's so time consuming, and then whatnot to do the manual loading that I just don't want to make you guys sit there and watch me do manual loading on on my mod or on my stream here. I just need to practice it more myself, just because I haven't really done it in the game, and get used to the new controls before I feel comfortable doing it in the stream. Right? Are you talking about how there's so much content already after the game only being out for 10 months, Jason? Isn't that crazy? And the fact that Phase 4 will be the largest expansion that they've released so far. And like each phase has given us literally hours upon hours worth of more content. And then the 4th phase will just be even larger and bigger than any of the phases, if not all 3 phases combined. It's just going to be insane. Insane. And there's even rumor that even just for Phase 3, the next update that's going to be coming out, they might add a 3rd map that they've just not revealed at all or even done in the PTS. And while we're on the subject of the next downloadable content, I'll give you guys a heads up here. If you have not heard, they will not be doing a PTS for Phase 4. I'll repeat that. They will not be doing a PTS, the public test server for Phase 4. So it'll be completely done in-house, and they're just going to surprise us and release it when they do. So people on PC will not be able to test Phase 4 publicly like they've been doing so far with each phase. So Phase 4 is going to be a complete mystery and a complete surprise for everyone, even the people on PC. Granted, the data mining has uncovered some data, but it's unconfirmed. But as a whole, supposedly Phase 4 will have no PTS, so we won't have any details until the developers tell us. Which I really enjoy that. I'm excited to be surprised and see what they bring us in Phase 4. I know some people might be disappointed to not have the similar process that we've had so far as Phase 4 being released and the details being given to us on the PC test server, so that we're able to know what's coming and then see the testing process, so we know what is the issues that are coming up before it gets released and everything like that. But it'll be really, really interesting to see just what it's like with them just doing it as a full-on surprise and then just releasing Phase 4 in and of itself, and then we all just have it at the same time instead of all the PC players having a phase essentially a month before everyone on consoles and being able to play it, and then it gets released for all platforms. So that'll be exciting for Phase 4, the fact that it'll be no testing publicly and then everyone will get it at the same time. Oh, hey there, Kiwi. Thanks for joining in. What's up? What is it? Winter Buckley Rebel 7-4. Thanks for joining in the stream, dude. Hope you're doing well, enjoying your Saturday, just hanging out here. Yeah, Ian, dude, Phase 4, it's gonna be special, man. They really seem to be building it up. Like, ever since launch, they've touted Phase 4 as being this extra special DLC add-on that they'll be coming at the end, and will be so much bigger and more exciting than every phase that's come so far. And considering the content that we've gotten in the first 3 phases, and then for them to say that phase 4 will essentially make all those phases just pale in comparison, and phase 4 will be so much larger and more content and just bigger and better than everything that's come before, is very exciting. And if you kind of if you pay attention to how they've been dropping the content and the new features that come in each phase, it's not out of the realm of possibility to then think that basically every feature that has been added in the first 3 phases should come into play in phase 4. So I would think logging will come into play in phase 4. The metal detectors from like phase 1, those will come into phase 4. Then everything else that has been introduced so far should hopefully play a part into phase 4, where like I would hope that they make those the cat that they introduced in phase 2 with the forklift handler. Hopefully there's some missions and contracts that have specific requirements that make you have to use those different add-ons and whatnot for some of the contracts coming in phase 4, and just stuff like that to really make everything come together as a whole. I could see why they might not do something like that with the cat, where it kind of forces you to have the DLC to complete it, but I would like to see stuff like that come in the future for sure. It's just really exciting to know that phase 4 is around the corner and is just going to add on to everything that we've already had so far. It's just so exciting. There's just so many things to do. And really the only thing I want is those maps. Like everything as far as contracts and missions is all secondary, and like it's all fun and everything, but what I really want is just more maps. That's why I love mods so much. Like my favorite mods are mod maps, man, because just being able to take all your vehicles out around all these different new maps and then have different experiences, different types of terrain to go and traverse around. Like that's what I really live for, and what I want is more maps just to explore and just have endless hours of fun just trying out different terrain and everything like that. I really love the mod maps to just see what different creators come up with, basically see their different art styles and everything like that, and what different people can come up with. Yeah, phase 4 is going to be huge. In the data mining, if you guys want some spoilers, I'm going to share some of the stuff that I've seen in the data mining for phase 4. In the official focus forums, there's data mining threads that have been going since the game was released and even before launch, and they've been very accurate so far. Some of their timelines haven't been necessarily accurate, but for the most part every other detail has ended up coming true in one way or another. But the data mining points to phase 4 being at least having one region set in Russia. It's called like the Kowalski region or something like that. And it should be at least 3 maps, and it's supposed to be this massive open tundra with like multiple maps and everything. But there's all kinds of like repairing like power lines and power stations and repairing bridge contracts and tasks that have been uncovered in the data mining. And then on top of that, they've uncovered a code in the data mining that points to one of the extreme cargos for phase 4 being a massive missile trailer. So it's like a massive trailer that has like a large missile on it that you have to then bring and deliver. So hopefully it might be something that might be more elaborate, where after you deliver the trailer it might launch the missile or something crazy like that. But just thinking back to like the MudRunner days, and people always posting the pictures in the groups of like massive Russian vehicles hauling like huge military like trailer loads of like these massive war missiles and stuff like that, will just be a really fun cargo option, and is probably pointing to that being one of, if not the extreme cargo for Phase 4. So that'll be a lot of fun, if that comes true. Again, it's unconfirmed details from the data mining, but the data mining so far has been very accurate. I highly suggest the data mining thread in the official Focus forum. If anyone hasn't checked it out, definitely check it out. If you go and check out my Facebook page, Maine MudRunner, or some of my Facebook groups that I'm part of the admin team for in the announcement sections, you can check those out. So long logs will make 4. So each log makes 4. So I delivered a set of long logs, and I was able to make 12 wooden planks out of those long logs. So that's good to know. And I need to bring another trailer, or a truck and trailer, back here with a flatbed, and I'll be able to bring those 4 logs, or 4 wooden planks, to the destination. And I think I'm going to do that with I'm going to use this new mod over here. I have it on the trailer here just because I set it up like that for the stream when I set it up, but I'm going to use this new mod from Zidon, his Titan 148. I'm going to throw a trailer on the back of this with the dump bed flatbed. I'm going to take this thing out for a drive. I've actually not driven it yet myself for any contracts or missions, just a little bit of a joyride when it first was released. I'm going to throw a little trailer on the back of this. I only need 4 slots for the 4 wooden planks, so that'll be fun. Where's the regular flatbed? There we go. That's the one I wanted. The off-road trailers on the flatbed. Take this thing out for a little drive. It's got 2 slots on the back, and then 2-slot trailer. Certainly not the fastest rig, but it's fun and it's good looking. This thing is a good looking Scout. Just something unique and different. Actually, I'm gonna just ditch the trailer. I'm just gonna do it 2 loads and just let this thing be what it is with no trailer, and just do 2 slots and then 2 slots with another truck. Because this thing definitely isn't the fastest rig, and just pulling a trailer behind it is going to make it even slower. But this thing is so fun. I like it. I like it a lot. I like all the mods from Zidon. That dude has a good knack for modding. He makes some fun mods. Call it Mighty Mouse? Yeah, this is because of the nose. Oh yeah, like you're talking Kiwi, like an actual upgraded version of the game for the next generation systems that have like upgraded graphics and everything, like not only just better load times and stuff like that. That'd definitely be a welcome addition. People would love that. Yeah, that'd be nice. When I asked the developers when those consoles came out if they'd be doing stuff like that, they said there were no plans currently, but they might in the future. Yeah, this thing might not be the fastest mod, but this thing's sweet. I love the look of it. It just really feels like something different, especially having the dump truck flatbed on the, or dump truck, sorry, I got tongue-tied. The dump truck bed on the back just makes it feel unique and different. Oh yeah, the PC version of the game is if you have a good PC with great graphics engine and card, you got everything turned up to max, like it can look absolutely amazing and have such better rendering and look so much better in every single way, shape, and form compared to consoles. Absolutely. So if they can do that with the next gen version of the game too, like give it a graphics bump and everything like that, oh, be so good. But like I had been mentioning earlier in the stream, just talking about how much of a leap this game is compared to MudRunner, just thinking about how this game will just continue to expand, where if you look at the trajectory of this game going from MudRunner to SnowRunner and how big of a leap that is, and then just seeing the response to this game being so much more popular than I think the developers ever expected, will just virtually guarantee that they'll make another sequel in the future, and that sequel will then be that much more of a leap forward in progression in every way, shape, and form that this was from MudRunner. So then just thinking about what sequels of this game will be like, and when they are built from the ground up on those next gen systems, like the sky is the limit. The sky's the limit. Like the possibilities are endless. Like where people are wanting larger open worlds and more technical, mechanical features in the game, like they will be able to do it in due time. It just might be in future sequels of the game. But those type of things will come in the future. Yeah, 60 frames a second would be very nice. 60 frames a second is something we would all love to have. Unfortunately, like the PS4 and Xbox One versions of the game are kind of limited, but the next gen consoles definitely give it a little bit more of the true experience that everyone would love to have. Like super high res detail in every way. It would be a very welcome addition. I mean, it looks great here on my PS4, but I know if I was playing on a PS5, it would just look a little bit better and the load times would be better. But even more so if I was playing on PC, I mean, it wouldn't even look remotely close. It would just look so much better, so much more highly detailed. And they'll get there eventually on the consoles, but unfortunately right now we make do with what we got. But I'm truly not upset with what we have. Like, this just looks fantastic. It looks so much better than any game you can compare it to on consoles as far as being an off-road game, and especially an open world off-road game. There's nothing that can even hold a candle to this in any way. Like, I know Forza and stuff like that are off-road games and they have their open world aspects and stuff like that, but they're just not the same. It's so much more arcadey and like unrealistic to a point, like where yes, some of those games have realistic aspects, but they're also super arcadey and unrealistic at the same time. And in the same breath, this game isn't 100% realistic, but it is at least more realistic than some of those other games. Man, this thing is a lot slower than I thought it would be. But it is supposed to be like a replica of an old school you know, military vehicle of sorts, but it is definitely slow. Couldn't imagine if I had been towing that trailer the whole time too, it would be even slower. The two slots, it even goes through the back of the dump truck bed. That's kind of silly. Oh well. And now I gotta get all the way back over that way. It's a little silly how it hangs through the dump truck bed there, I'm not gonna lie. But, oh well. We can overlook that. This thing really is like moving through molasses though, after using some other mods that are so much faster. But I mean, it's cool to have something on PS4 here that is actually like a dump truck style bed, even though it was made shorter and then has this kind of glitch where it goes through the back of it, but oh well. I can overlook small details like that. Now I gotta crawl through this stupid deep mud again and get through here. And then double back all the way through. See if I can stay on the edge and get through here a little quicker. I mean, it's a capable little off-road truck. It's not the fastest thing, but it's also not the slowest thing ever. Yeah, Zidon, he'll hopefully update it. And I don't know, I can't remember what gearbox I have in it, or how I have it set up. I'm pretty sure I have it set up with like the maximum power setup and stuff. But he's always working on more stuff. He has a few other mods that he has on the way for console too. That's very exciting. He's got this one that just came out, then there's a couple more. A disappointing thing is I have heard potentially that the Z60 might not be coming back. We'll have to see about that to see if that one comes back. I absolutely love that Scout mod from Zidon. That is a beautiful little Scout that he had put out a while back. It was one of the first quote-unquote confirmed mods that we had seen before console mods were released. One of the developers on the forums had put out a teaser saying that, are you looking forward to console mods? This is what you'll get. And it was a picture of the Zidon Z60. So since then it had always been one of the highly sought after and wanted mods on console. And we did get it for a little while, but then it was pulled down to be updated like a couple weeks ago, and it still hasn't come back at all, which is very disappointing. I will say, this thing is, on pavement, one of the slowest things I've driven. Which, I was not expecting that. Like, I only took it for a short little test drive before doing the stream to check it out. And it is slow. I mean, it's fun, and it's a beautiful truck. I love the way it looks. But, yeah, she is a slow one, huh? What do you guys think about how this thing looks? Ignoring the fact that the wooden planks are coming through the back of the dump truck bed there. Other than that, it's a pretty beautiful Scout, huh? Or beautiful mod. It's not a Scout, it's an off-road truck, but... I mean, I love the look of it, but... The dump truck bed needs a little attention. Have you guys ever checked out any of Zidon's other mods? He's got the other Titan that I got out in the garage over there in the Last Raider, which is like a kind of like a, what is it? Like a, it's like a Land Rover kind of looking mod. Yeah, it's got a vintage look to it. Yeah, that's kind of what I like about it. It gives me those MudRunner vibes. I think he put the logging attachment on the back of this, which would be fun to use, but it would definitely be slow. Like, it'll be funny, I'm gonna jump into another vehicle after this that'll be a lot faster, and it'll get the other two wooden planks I need to do for this contract done a lot faster. I should have done it with like the twin steer or something, so I could have done all four in one swoop, but I really wanted to test this thing out and give them a little exposure and just share the love to Zidon, because I really do. I want to just share the love and show the appreciation to all these mod creators. Like, they really do just put so much effort and like hundreds of hours of time and energy into creating these mods that we get to enjoy. For free, also. Can't forget that. All the mods that we're enjoying are free. It's a little concerning that not getting any traction here through this deep mud, but it is like a really gnarly swamped out section. Getting absolutely no traction through there though. Doing good on fuel. I mean, all the driving I've done, I've only burned just over 80 liters of fuel. I was thinking about refueling, but I don't need to at all. Oh yeah, Ranger's mods are awesome. He's also a very good mod creator. He's got a lot of really good mods, high quality, highly detailed mods, and very useful mods. Those military spec mods that he's made are really awesome. And this thing might be slow, but it is effective. Other than like that deep mud section, it's been crawling through just about everything. Yeah, a new... Say, who has a trailer pack? Is that Ranger? Oh, the Rangers. Yes, yeah. I mean, I think I know what you're talking about. Ranger has a mod trailer pack. That'd be really awesome if they could get that on consoles. I mean, people absolutely love the Pogheim's trailer pack and the off-road trailer pack. a lot of people love those, having different trailer options and stuff like that. But if they could get Ranger's trailer pack on consoles, that would be amazing. Going downhill is the fastest I've gotten this thing to go. Friggin' slug that this thing is. It really is. Oh shit. Ah. Oh yeah, that's a save right there. There we go. Sorry guys, I was on the phone. I got a phone call from my girlfriend and rolled going over the cliff there, but I was actually able to get a hell of a save. Like, that was one of those rare high-level saves, but I gotta credit a lot of that to the high sidewalls from this dump truck bed here. I can't believe I actually saved that. That was crazy. But yeah, sorry, I had to mute my mic there because I got a phone call from my girlfriend. She's on her way home, so I got a little while left. I'll be able to stream here. Hopefully I'll be able to deliver this load, and I would like to be able to deliver the second half of these 4 wooden planks, and then I'll shut the stream down, but that'll be in a little while because I'm going to have to do this whole trip over again. But yeah. That save was next level there. Yeah, I was trying to talk on the phone and I was distracted and rolled off that cliff, and this thing doesn't have an autonomous winch, so I didn't think it would be able to save it the way it did. But I was able to rock it back over onto its wheels. It was on its side just enough to be able to get the engine to turn on, and luckily I was able to get that thing turned back up and on all 4 and repack the cargo and not have to bring a recovery vehicle with a crane or anything like that. Like, that's a huge win right there. Yeah, I was very surprised the engine turned back on too. That's why I hadn't recovered yet or gone to get another vehicle. When I was able to actually get the engine going, I was like, okay, let's see if I can then cut the wheels and then get this thing back on its wheels, and it actually worked out. That was a little love from the SnowRunner gods. Glad I didn't make it almost all the way across the map to then lose this load, because that would have sucked. Ain't nobody got time for that. Especially if my girlfriend's on the way home. I think I should have enough time, because I'm about to deliver this. I'll deliver these 2 wooden planks, and then I need to double back and do this same trip over again, but I should be able to do that in no time with a better vehicle than this. I definitely won't use this again for that same trip. Like, I'll definitely use this again in the future. I'm just not going to be using it for the next trip that I'm about to do after I deliver this load. I'll use something that'll get the job done a lot quicker. But this was fun to use and test out. Might not be a mod I use all the time, but it's a good option to have. Looks good getting the job done, at least. Alright. Well, it was fun, Titan. Try you again sometime soon. Yeah, the Titan 148 by Zidon. It's an awesome scout, or mod. What should I use? I'm going to use this. Just a flatbed, that's all I need. This will get the job done quick, while still having fun. Yeah, actually, now that I think about it, might have some trouble in a couple areas, but oh well. This thing absolutely throws mud around, it's crazy. Just those big massive wheels on the back. Even though it's only, you know, rear wheel drive, it gets the job done. I really like this new Pacific. I mean, it's just such a beautiful truck. It really is. But the lack of all-wheel drive definitely does get in the way every now and then from having a very speedy delivery or drive, I should say. You really have to think about it as you're driving. Like, you constantly have to be just predicting how much traction you're going to have and how much you can push it. Like, this swamp is gonna be a friggin' crawl. But it'll get there. Just might be a little slow. As long as you see those front wheels at least moving a little bit, you know you're good. Yeah, this thing will drift pretty good. If you get it going on tarmac, it'll drift. It just looks so good. I love the shape of the nose. I love the just overall look of the vehicle in general. Just looks so aggressive. Now this section coming up here is not going to be fun with this thing. I'll probably have to use the winch for this. This mud section is fucking brutal. I'm going to have to use the low, super low gear just to crawl through this. So it might be going through it slow, but it's going steady, you know? Like it can handle itself through some sketchy mud situations, provided those front tires aren't gonna get hung up on something. I mean, they're just dead in front of you, but you can use them to guide you through pretty well. I mean, this thing handles itself pretty well through some sketchy situations. Interior looks fantastic too. It really does. So we're going back all the way across the map again. all the way back over here again to the weather station. So basically to this fuel station. Back all the way across the map. I'm gonna take this main road all the way. Double back. Finish off this contract. And get paid. Having a little extra weight on the back tires should help, hopefully help with the traction a little bit. Yeah, even the fan is working in the interior view. Take care, Kiwi. Thanks for hanging out, man. Have a good rest of your weekend, dude. Thanks for hanging out. Much appreciated. Thanks to everyone that's been hanging out in the stream, watching me play the game at all. Truly appreciate it. Gives me a reason to keep on coming back and doing it, I suppose. That is what I guess the streaming thing's about. But yeah, just sharing the love of the game, trying out different vehicles, exploring this new region that we got here, Wisconsin. New vehicles for Phase 3, the Pacific P512. Loving this thing. It might not have all-wheel drive, but it can get through some sketchy situations. There we go, got through the deep mud. Now it's smooth sailing for a while. There's a couple other sketchy sections after or once I get to the fuel station. This should be able to get through it no problem. Oh, absolutely. And it's just one of those things where you have to drive the vehicle properly, you know? Just like you're saying, it's a capable truck. It's just, you know, You kind of have to think about what you're doing. You can't just, you know, muscle your way through everything with brute force like you do with most vehicles, having, you know, all-time diff lock and all-time all-wheel drive. Like, it's awesome having those, but it's kind of fun at the same time to have a vehicle like this that really makes you think about what you're doing while you're driving it. Such a pretty truck. I just love the shape of it. Just kind of feels like a classic, just heavy trucking. Just beautiful shape. Everything about it. Yeah, it does. I see what you mean with that. This section might be a little slow. This is some deep, mucky shit through here. This is when it'd be nice to have some all-wheel drive, but it's part of the charm of this truck. It makes you earn it, you know what I mean? There's a satisfaction in being able to make it through these sections without having the all-wheel drive at the same time, where yes, it's a little frustrating to get slowed down and everything, but if you're able to work it, you know, it's a more satisfying drive in a way, if you know what I mean. Trying to keep the edge of the tires on something with a little more traction here. Oh, getting a little tippy. All right, we're good, we're good. Oh, just chewing away. Keep trying to not drive into everything at full speed with high gear, just knowing that as soon as you spin the tires with this thing, you can kind of screw yourself over, especially if you dig yourself into a hole. Have to just drop it into low, throw on the diff lock, then you just slowly crawl your way through any shitty mud pit that you find yourself in, for the most part. Might not have all-wheel drive, but it slowly just punches its way through just about anything. Come on, we're almost there. Using the Jeremy Clarkson power approach, just high gear. Give it the power! Give her the beans. Now this might be an interesting little section, considering I don't have all-wheel drive. This is where I rolled earlier. If any of you guys were watching earlier, I was driving through this section across this little piece of the waterfall here and screwed myself over royally. But I shouldn't have that issue where I don't have nearly as high of a center weight, and it's a different truck entirely, different load entirely. But yeah, I made it through that no problem this time. No all-wheel drive, no problem climbing this hill. There we go. One last little hill to climb up, and we got this. Contract will be complete. There we go. Delivery to the weather station complete. Definitely enjoying logging so far. Really loving these DLC vehicles for Phase 3. But I think that's where I'm going to shut the stream down, folks. I appreciate everyone for stopping by and hanging out. If you drop a like and subscribe, that'd mean a lot. I truly appreciate it. Yeah, well, Bobby, I pulled a Hammond earlier, and that's when I wrecked it. If you saw that earlier, I drove through that section going full Hammond. I was driving way too fast, and I rolled it. But this time, I was able to keep it more James May, Captain Slow approach, and I was able to make it through with no issue. But yeah, I appreciate you guys for hanging out. Thanks for watching the stream. I'll do this again probably next weekend or something. I don't really have any set times for doing streams, but trying to do them more often. But truly appreciate everyone for hanging out. Drop a like and subscribe if you can. Check out my Facebook page, Maine MudRunner. Drop that a like and subscribe if you feel so kind and or inclined. And check out all the Facebook groups that I help run with the admin teams and whatnot. And get out there and enjoy this game. One love. Have a great weekend.